You're watching NASA TV.
and I'm closing KSD-2.
Hi, good morning. I'm Shaniqua Vereen, and this is a live view of the POISE module on the International Space Station. We're bringing you live coverage this Friday morning, May 12th, of the Russian Spacewalk 58.
It's not illuminated. I confirm.
There's 2 Russian cosmonauts due to exit the POISE module in just about 25 minutes from now, however, scheduled for 10:55 a.m. Central Time. However, the duo, Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitri Petelin, are running about 10 minutes ahead of schedule. They finished pre-breathe operations about 10 minutes prior to the start of the show, and they will finish up some final procedures before heading out of the hatch. And again, we're looking for that to happen in just about 10 minutes.
All right.
10 to 15 minutes. This is the 263rd. This is the 263rd spacewalk for a station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, the 6th of 2023, and the 4th for Expedition 69. Again, today's Russian Spacewalk 58 will be conducted by Commander Sergey Prokopyev and Flight Engineer Dmitri Petelin, both of Roscosmos. The duo will exit the POISE module just in a few minutes from now, probably about 10 to 15 minutes, currently scheduled for 10:55, but again, the duo is running about 10 minutes ahead of schedule. The primary objectives of the spacewalk are to remove restraints and deploy the previously installed radiator, and to integrate the coolant filled radiator hydraulic loops to finish outfitting the Nauka module. After the duo has manually opened the coolant loops, they will make sure that the integration of the hydraulic loops into the thermal control system, is fully working. And while waiting on that work to fully evolve, the duo will head over to the European robotic arm and install 2 gap spanners. The radiator on the Nauka module was previously installed on the April 19th Russian spacewalk, or RS-EVA 56. They moved it from the Rosviet module over to Nauka, and today we're looking to fully deploy the radiator. Once the duo exits the airlock today, you'll see Sergey Prokopyev as EV-1, or Extravehicular Crew Member 1, and he is wearing a Russian Orlan spacesuit with the red stripes, while Dmitri Petelin is EV-2, or Extravehicular Crew Member 2, and is wearing a Russian Orlan spacesuit that has blue stripes. This will be the 6th spacewalk of Prokopyev and the 4th for Petelin. We will also get some HECA, or some high-definition camera views from the duo. Prokopyev will be wearing helmet cam 16, and Petelin has helmet cam 22.
So what's the pressure? The pressure is holding stable, 12 millimeters. Copy. MRM2 is not leaking, and you can move over to step Q card 7, step 11, Orlan transition to autonomous power, and start with the cooling. Please put the temperature control handle in position 6 and proceed per the Q card. Okay. Cool down if necessary. All right. On UDSK, Orlan pressure gauge, we have 0.4 and 0.37 for the EV2, and the fan, the lights are on, and we're switching to autonomous power.
Again, if you're just joining us, we're doing live coverage today of the Russian Spacewalk 58, and we are currently looking outside of the International Space Station at the Poisk module. You will hear a combination of Russian and English, Russian translated to English during this broadcast. You're hearing currently Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitri Petelin talking to Mission Control, Moscow, where things are being controlled today. Again, this is the 263rd Spacewalk for Station Assembly, Maintenance, and Upgrades, the 6th of 2023, and the 4th for Expedition 69. To get a better idea of what we will be looking at today and the crew will be doing outside of the International Space Station, here's an animation.
Russian Spacewalk 58 will be conducted by Sergey Prokopyev, EV1 in the red stripes, and Dmitri Petelin, EV2 in the blue stripes. To start the spacewalk, crew will egress the Poisk airlock, turn on the helmet video and lights, and begin translation to the radiator on the Nauka module using Strela 1, a telescopic pole that can be used as a crane to move crew and equipment around. After arriving at the worksite, the pair will work together to release a couple restraints, then fully deploy the radiator. Sergey will then translate nadir to the coolant fluid servicer. Dmitri will have a shorter translation to a nearby radiator interface panel. Sergey and Dmitri will coordinate with each other and Moscow Mission Control to manipulate the necessary manual valves and begin the transfer of coolant to the new radiator. While the radiator completes the coolant transfer, Dmitri will join Sergey at the European Robotic Arm, or ERA, end effector number 2. They'll work together to outfit ERA with a gap spanner using a temporary handrail that allows translation to the boom segment. After retrieving the temporary handrail, crew will translate to ERA's end effector number 1, where they'll repeat the process to install a second gap spanner. Dmitri will then translate back zenith to the radiator interface panel. The team will repeat the coordination from earlier to ensure the coolant fluid servicer has filled the radiator sufficiently. Once complete, they'll translate back to the Poisk airlock via Strela 1, where they'll perform a tool inventory, inspect each other's suits, ingress, and close the hatch, ending Russian Spacewalk 58.
And the cover all include the umbilical connector is covered with the MLI flap. So you did close it with the MLI flap? Yes, yes, correct. The umbilical connectors are closed. And we can move glycer away behind 405 panels. All right, then guys, I am handing you over to Artyom. And good luck with the EVA. I will hear you soon during the repress. Thank you, Dima.
And if you're just joining us, you're hearing current Russian operations inside the Poise module before the duo head out of the airlock today. The duo of Prokopyev and Petelin, two cosmonauts who will be completing Russian Spacewalk 58. Main objectives for the spacewalk today is deployment of the radiator, which was previously installed on April 19th spacewalk, Russian Spacewalk 56. After deployment, the duo will manually turn valves to release coolant into the hydraulic loops. And unlike a U.S. spacewalk, a Russian spacewalk is marked by the time that the crew opens the hatch and closes the hatch. The start time and end time is marked by the opening and closing of the hatch. A U.S. EVA starts when the duo goes onto battery power. So when that is turned on and off for a U.S. EVA, that's the start of the spacewalk. But for a Russian spacewalk, we will be going off the time the hatch is opened.
Artyom, hello. Guys, let's check out that all our equipment is secured, that the suits are secured as well. All right, EV1 suit is secured, EV2 as well.
Дальше смотрим на винты аварийного закрытия, что они вывернуты до упора.
So verify that the screws are unscrewed completely. The loops are looking at each other. And now, guys, get the hatch tool and start opening the hatch. Hold on. Let me hand the tether to...
And as you just heard, the duo have finished G-press, and we're looking for them to open the hatch here shortly.
And I'm ready to take it. Got it. And I'm getting the hatch tool. Copy. The handle is in the operational position. And I'm installing it. To the drive. And I'm starting opening the hatch. I am turning the handle towards position open. Indicated to... Okay. When you see the crack appear, the gap increase, monitor the process. Copy, working with the hatch tool. And I'm working with the pushers. Copy. And we see the gap, but we need to put in a little bit of more force into it. And the EVA has started. Copy. I'm trying to open the hatch cover. I confirm we have opened the hatch a little bit. Copy. And I am secured to panel 201. Copy. And I'm getting the protective ring. All right. Securing it. And we are checking the marks on the protective ring. They are primed. I am turning the protective ring. Copy. And I'm installing it onto the hatch. The marks are aligned. Copy. I can't secure it. Hold on. Do you want me to move a little bit? Yes. Okay, secured. And I have both marks aligned and in place. The protective ring has been installed. All right, pull on it a little bit, like wiggle it to make sure that it's...
If you're just joining us, we're watching live at the POIS module, waiting on Expedition 69 Commander Sergey Prokopyev and Flight Engineer Dmitri Petelin to exit the hatch. However, just moments ago, at 10:47 a.m. Central Time, we had the official start of the spacewalk today. Again, that is when the hatch was confirmed to be opened. We are now waiting for the duo to exit as they put away protective rings and open the final multi-layered covering for the hatch. Today is the 263rd spacewalk for station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, the 6th of 2023 and the 4th for Expedition 69. And again, we're moments away from the DO to exit and begin tasks for today's spacewalk.
It's sunrise. I have the tether in place. Adjustable tether is secured as well.
Наблюдатель 1. Вышел на наружную поверхность.
And we have movement.
Out. Copy.
We see an Orlan suit with the blue stripes, and that's going to be Dmitri Petelin to be the first to exit the Poise module in the hatch today.
On the external surface. And you can both activate the heat exchangers in work. Copy. After you turn it on, please position yourself on STU, and you, Sergey, egress the hatch. The heat exchanger is on. The heat exchanger is on for EV2. Copy. Copy. And I'm getting ready. They're on. And I'm ready to activate flow control valve, turn on the flow control valve adjustment. So O2 1733. Copy. All right, this message disappeared. 393 atmospheres. And power for the battery is 30.4. Copy.
Твоя информация, Сергей. Приступай пока к выходу.
Sergey, start egressing. Copy. Let me secure myself closer to the hatch.
And if you're just joining us, you're currently seeing a live view outside the Poise module. You see cosmonaut Dmitri Petelin, who has just exited the hatch to begin today's spacewalk. We are currently waiting for cosmonaut Sergey Prokopyev to exit the hatch so the duo can move on to the Nauka module to deploy a radiator as the primary task for today.
STR system for the second one, for EV2. You have our go.
Petelin is wearing the suit, the Orlan suit with blue stripes. Prokopyev is wearing the Orlan spacesuit with red stripes.
You can activate the flow control adjustment and just check the hot-cold switch position. Copy, and we are turning on the STR. Copy. So the handle for hot-cold is in the uppermost position. Right. Put it at 0, uppermost position. All right, I have it in the uppermost position on the screen. And if you don't need any help, I'm freeing up the space for you and moving on to STU. Copy. And I'm starting the egressing. I am secured.
We're currently seeing Dmitri Petelin of Roscosmos securing his safety tether to the outside of the Poise module, and we are still waiting on Sergey Prokopyev to exit the Poise module. Once exited, the duo will translate or move over to the Nauka module, where they will begin the primary task for today. The primary task consists of deploying the previously installed radiator on the Multipurpose Laboratory Module, or Nauka. Once deployed, the duo will turn valves to manually start the flow of coolant inside hydraulic loops into the thermal control system. While that continues, the duo will translate over to the European robotic arm, where they will install 2 gap spanners.
And I will remove the safety for now.
And right behind Dmitri Petelin, we now see some extra legs. That is Sergey Prokopyev, who has now exited the Poise module and securing his safety tether.
And once you're ready, once you are in position, you can turn on the cameras. Sounds good. I am secured to STU, and I'm ready to turn on the camera. Copy. You can turn them on. Turning them on. Copy. They are illuminated. For EV1, both cameras are on. LEDs are illuminated. Copy. For Dmitri, both LEDs are illuminated as well. Great. And we don't really need the lights for now. And we are ready to translate.
Now secured to the Strela 1, the duo is now ready to translate over to the Nauka module, where they will begin their work today.
No, the crew log bag. Yes, the crew log bag. Sergey, this is Dmitri. We're translating towards MLM. Go up a little bit to me.
Когда дойдете до такелажного узла,
So when you get to the grapple fixture,
переходный млын по команде.
wait for our go to proceed to MLM. Translate to MLM only on our go. Okay, we copy.
Again, we now see both cosmonauts, Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitri Petelin, using the Strela 1 or the Russian crane for translation to the Nauka module or the MLM, the Multipurpose Laboratory Module.
I'm going to secure myself.
We're currently in a brief handover between satellites. We'll have views of the spacewalk back shortly. You're currently getting a live view inside the Russian mission control room in Koryov outside of Moscow, where they are handling today's EVA or spacewalk. Again, this is a balcony view inside the Russian Mission Control Center in Koryov, Russia.
Ожидаем, у меня предложение немножко поговорить о нашем...
While we're standing by,
Это к сведению.
inaudible.
По поводу наших действий. По циклограмме мы должны сначала демонтировать стяжки и раскрыть радиатор.
We are supposed to remove the tie rod
Винты-фиксации 2, 3, 4,
according to
5.
the timeline and
По циклограмме пойдем или сначала проверим винты
install the
и
handle.
дальше будем демонтировать уже стяжки и раскрывать.
So you do have some choices here. So I'm waiting for your suggestions.
While we wait on views to return, again, this is the balcony view inside the Russian Mission Control Center. We will still continue to hear the duo outside the International Space Station. They have translated to the MLM or the Multipurpose Laboratory Module or Nauka, and they will then translate over to the radiator where they will begin their work.
Okay.
А пока еще стоим.
So far we're standing by. Copy. Standing by.
Мы еще где-то в районе 5 минут будем ожидать, и происходит конфигурация двигателей для работы на ВКД.
We're still working on the thrusters. So we'll have to stand by for at least 5 minutes. Copy.
And we now have our first live views from the Heka cameras on the outside of the helmets of the cosmonauts. You're currently seeing a view of Cam 16, which belongs to cosmonaut commander Sergey Prokopyev. Again, Prokopyev is at the end of the Strela 1, and he has reached the Nauka module. He will continue to the radiator, where he and Dmitri Petelin, currently in view, will begin their work on the radiator. First task is to deploy the radiator.
Переход на МЛМ. Да есть добро.
Разрешили переход.
Okay, translating now to MLM. Inaudible.
В районе Ирана летим.
If you're just joining us, you're seeing live views of Russian Spacewalk 58. On your screen, you see Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitri Petelin outside of the Multipurpose Laboratory, where they have just translated. We are 22 minutes into an estimated 6-hour and 10-minute spacewalk today. The duo has since egressed the hatch and the Poise module at 10:47 a.m. Central Time and have translated over to Nauka module. Once fully translated, the duo will be at the radiator previously installed on the April 19th Russian EVA, or Spacewalk 56.
Okay, let's do it this way. This is fine. Last time you were able to get access this way. You can try again.
You're currently seeing a live view from a helmet cam on ISS Commander Sergey Prokopiev's helmet cam 16. Again, he is translating over to the radiator.
Maybe you can...
Once there, the duo will remove 2 remaining restraints of the Multipurpose Laboratory, or the Nauka Module. The restraints on the radiator, once removed, will allow the duo to deploy the Nauka radiator. After the radiator is deployed, the duo will begin opening coolant fluid servicer connectors and begin to turn valves that will allow coolant into the hydraulic loops, integrating the coolant into the thermal control system of the Nauka module. As the coolant begins to fill and the duo is waiting, they will head over to the European robotic arm where they will install 2 gap spanners.
All right, I'm here. And it's more or less convenient and easy.
Получилось. Так, вот.
So I'm successful.
Получил доступ, получается, к второму.
So I have access here.
Я так понимаю, это
to
первый.
Number 2.
Третий, второй, третий.
And number 3, restraints, radiator restraints.
Замки.
And locks.
Могу попробовать протянуть их.
Да, давай попробуем.
And maybe I can try to rotate them.
Нет, третий у меня. Второй, четвертый, пятый.
Первый, четвертый надо.
Okay. Next should be numbers 1 and 4.
Ой, второй, извиняюсь, первый, да, не считается. Второй, третий, четвертый, пятый.
Second, third, fourth, and fifth, actually. Not the first.
Пятый, надежно.
Okay, number 5 is secure.
Так, второй тоже.
Number 2
Затянут.
also
Пожалуйста, связь была неустойчива.
secure. Okay, repeat please. We had intermittent comm.
Номер 2 затянут полностью.
Number 2 is tightened,
Без движения, да?
so you cannot move it anymore, correct?
Без движения, да?
Yes, that is correct. I can
И
confirm.
пятый тоже так же.
Может быть, 1 градус.
And number 4, maybe I can move another degree. Number 5 has been checked out. Number 4, I'm checking right now.
Принято, все болты у нас затянуты без движения.
Copy, so all the bolts have been tightened to a stop.
And we're currently in a brief handover between satellites. Again, you're getting a live view inside the Russian mission control room where today's EVA is being manned about a half a world away in Koryov outside of Moscow, Russia.
Now you can start removing radiator restraints number 2 and 3.
While we wait on views to return, we do still hear the cosmonauts who are outside of the Nauka module.
Да, с твоей стороны. Со стороны, где...
I should position myself this way.
Там у нас поручень, и у нас там гайки. Соответственно, надо снимать именно стяжки, вытягивая. Гайки это не штатно.
So I have to be on the side of the foot restraint, correct?
Все, у нас картинка появилась.
Okay, now we have the video back.
Все, со стороны Сергея снимаем. Да.
So from Sergey's side, that's where you should be working. Okay, copy.
Все приступают тогда к снятию второй стяжки.
I'm removing restraint number 2 right now.
Now 30 minutes into today's spacewalk, the duo, and we currently see Sergey Prokopyev on our screen, will be removing 2 radiator restraints.
Зафиксировал стяжку.
I secured the restraint. Copy.
А с твоей, вот ты уже ушел, а с твоей стороны там какие гидроразъемы были?
So, which fluid connectors did you have on your side? Numbers 10 and 11.
Наверное, зря ты перешел.
This is for Dmitri.
Сергей не справится со стяжками.
Maybe you shouldn't have translated this way. Maybe Sergey.
We're currently seeing our first view from helmet cam 18, helmet cam 22 of Dmitri Petelin.
Я ключом ее сковал. Вылези.
So how did you break the torque? I used the wrench.
Again, the duo is currently in the process of removing 2 restraints on the radiator. Once removed, the 2 will install removable handles on the radiator to the deployment drive and then deploy the radiator. Again, the deploying of the radiator is the unfolding of the radiator to its full length.
Okay, so now I am at 90 degrees angle. Copy. Starting to tighten.
Так, фиксатор аналогично снят.
And I removed the restraint.
Узенькое место.
It's pretty tight in here.
Положение открыто.
So now position to open.
Так, ну, у меня почти сошло.
I'm almost done here.
Ну, у меня вышло.
Mine is out.
Да?
Excellent. So restraint number 2 is out.
Номер 3 также демонтирован.
And number 3 is also out.
Теперь по очереди крыло бэк.
Copy.
Радиатор немножко у нас раскрылся.
Ну да, он поплыл прям как...
Это обговаривали, это было ожидаемо.
So
А
restraint
механизмом мы будем его
now
распределять.
standing by for
If you're just joining us, we are 36 minutes into today's Russian Spacewalk 58. You currently have views on your screen of Dmitri Petelin and Sergey Prokopyev outside of Nauka Module at the radiator, where they have released some restraints, which has allowed the radiator to start deploying. It's currently not fully deployed and will be, after removal of the final restraint, the duo will install temporary handrails that will allow them to fully deploy the radiator that you see on your screen right above or to the right of the cosmonauts.
Так, следующее. Сижу. Стяжки убраны, клубок.
restraints are stowed in crew-lock bags. Yes, that is correct.
We see ISS Commander and cosmonaut Sergey Prokopyev at the top of your screen. And right below him, you see flight engineer Dmitri Petelin, also of Roscosmos. You can tell the difference between the duo, between their Orlan Russian spacesuit. Sergey Prokopyev is in the suit with the red stripe, while Dmitri Petelin is in the suit with the blue stripe.
So I need a red here to secure.
Again, the duo is currently at the radiator, and they are removing the final two restraints on the radiator. Once removed, the duo will install temporary handrails onto the deployment drive of the radiator. After the installation of the handles, they will then go on to deploy or unfold the radiator to its full length. We see it has released slightly here, but it will go out completely once deployed.
Застраховал?
Okay, it is secured.
Отпустил. Все, на мне.
I put the tether through a loop.
And both restraints have been removed. We currently see movement of the radiator. They are currently on to the next step in the process, and they will be installing a handle on the radiator deployment drive.
Устанавливаю ручку. Механизм.
Переводим после этого.
Okay, so this is the handle, the mechanism.
Дим, подожди, а ты перевел положить? Не качай.
I secured it. Copy.
Нет, я его пока не трогал.
I didn't touch it yet. This is Dmitri.
Но свободный ход имеет здесь.
But, actually,
Свободный ход имеется.
it moves freely.
Надавить на эту штуку.
I think it is in the lower position.
Это давай тогда медленными, аккуратными
Okay, could you please do it slowly?
Медленно начинаем двигать рукоятку
One
и
step
смотреть, как
at
ведут себя
a
компенсаторы.
time,
Потому что если флажок
start
переведем,
moving
то это будет
the
закрытие.
handle and watch how the accumulators are behaving. Okay, so I will turn around here to take a better position.
Ну, вроде правильное движение.
I think the movement is correct, and the accumulators are moving a little bit. Yes, there is movement. One in the direction of open. Yes, just two pumps and the accumulator. It works as a compensator, and the cords are adjusting themselves. But we cannot see from here whether it is deployed or not. Now we can see it is being deployed. And you don't have to apply an additional effort to the handle? No, it was all very smooth. Yeah, of course, we can see that there is resistance there. We can feel it, but it's not much of a resistance. Copy.
And we just had views of the deployment of the radiator.
Yes, actually, we are approaching to the position open. Sergey, and can you see the joints from where you are? Yes, and I am also watching it, and I can see it from my position as well. Now, yes, I will put a kind of break here a little bit. Yes, so the radiator is deployed. Let's wait for it to become stabilized, become stable. Now, the suggestion is to retrieve the handle so that other EVA crews that will work in the future won't think that it is a railing that they can get hold of. Okay, so we are retrieving the handle then. Yes.
Now with the radiator fully deployed, the duo will then remove the temporary handle that was previously installed.
Yes, I'm holding it. Well, we should have switched on the GoPro camera. Actually, we didn't think about it. Well, you know, we were receiving a very good video, guys, so we saw everything. That's good. The handle is inside.
If you're just joining us, we are 47 minutes into the Russian Spacewalk 58. Duos exited the Poise module and began their spacewalk at 10:47 a.m. Central Time, and then translated over to the Nauka module. After translation to Nauka module, they moved over to the radiator. They removed 2 restraints and then deployed the radiator.
I will take a video of the lectures here, so my glisser is on right now. Copy.
You're currently getting live views of the helmet cam of Sergey Prokopyev. After deployment of the radiator, the duo will translate to the Nauka coolant fluid servicer.
So, if you have a chance from the other side, also, could you please take a video from there? Yes, of course. And Sergey, you will go to translate to the servicer. You know, Sergey will do the translation, and you, Dmitri, can take video in the meantime. Okay, I will also have to translate there. Yes, that's right. So when you go to the other side, you will take video from there as well. Yes.
Again, after a successful deployment of the radiator, meaning the completion to unfold the radiator to the full length, the duo will translate over to the coolant fluid servicer. We see Commander Sergey Prokopyev on the move. Dmitri Petelin will shortly follow. Again, they're on their way to the coolant fluid servicer. Once there, the duo will begin opening the connectors. Once the
near the valves KR1 and KR2, and also near the coolant servicer. So you have a go to start opening the MLI flaps. Copy.
we currently see Sergey Prokopyev at the service module, at the coolant fluid servicer, and we see Dmitri Petelin translating over to the interface, where they both will begin to open the open valves for the coolant in the radiator to begin flowing.
So I will take video of the radiator from that side. Yes. Dmitri.
Принят один. Сергей, на глифер заснять исходное положение клапанов ручных.
Sergey, can you please take a video on your glisser camera of the initial configuration of the valves, KR1 and KR2, and after that you will proceed working with the valves. Okay, copy. Will do.
We currently see the helmet cam of Sergey Prokopyev. We see him opening up the multi-layered insulation.
Is open on the coolant servicer. Copy. It is now in the closed position, this valve.
Сейчас тогда заснял его, да?
Did you take a video of picture of this valve? Yes, the camera is working.
Тогда еще сейчас на краны КР1, КР2 посмотрим.
Copy. Now, so we will look at the valve K1, K2, and you will have to work with the connectors GR1 and GR2. Copy. So this is the area of GR1 and GR2. The FT MLI flap is open. Can you see the marking, the labeling on these valves, which one is which? Yes, it is in white paint, very visible. Okay, so I'm in the area of the Fluid connectors 10 and 11, so where should I start? Start with number 11. Copy.
Все действия делаем по указанию
And
Земли.
all actions should be done on the ground go only. Copy.
Я понял.
Клапан ручного КР на агрегате заправочного.
Okay, so KR manual valve on coolant fluid servicer.
Можно открывать?
Do you go to open it?
Сейчас, подожди.
Could you
Сергей,
please stand by?
снимаем контровку с клапана КР на агрегате заправочного.
Sergey, could you please remove the locking wire on the KR
И мы
manual
пока
valve?
ожидаем. Сначала начинаем работу с агрегата заправочного.
Copy. Yeah, so you will start working with the coolant fluid servicer area. All right. So I will position myself in the area of the...
If you're just joining us, we're 56 minutes into Russian Spacewalk 58. You're currently seeing live helmet cam views from Sergey Prokopyev, or EV1, with helmet cam number 16. The duo have completed some important tasks on their list for today. They exited the hatch and began their spacewalk today at 10:47 a.m. Central Time, and then began translation to the Nauka Module, where they began and completed the deployment of the radiator. We currently see the duo at the coolant fluid servicer, where they will begin to open manual valves and begin to release the fluid reservoir for coolant to flow into the radiator.
Now regarding the manual valve, guys, the manual valve on the servicer is in the position closed. Could you please confirm that, guys? Yes, I confirm there is position. This valve is in the position closed. What about KR1 and KR2? They are in the position open, correct? Yes, they are in the position open, 1 and 2. Copy. The fluid connectors, they are still in the position closed from the previous EVA. You did not touch them, correct? Yes, we confirm.
Приступаем к нашему шагу 15.
You are go to step 15. Open KR manual valve on coolant fluid servicer, and now you'll go to open it, to put it in the position open. Copy, I'm opening the KR manual valve of coolant servicer.
We currently have views of Sergey Prokopyev turning and opening the first manual valve.
Copy. KR manual valve in the position open right now.
Положение открыто.
Yes, I confirm.
Клапан КР на агрегате заправки.
It is the KR valve on the servicer. Copy. Thank you. And now, Dmitri, you can start fluid connector number, start opening fluid connector number 11. Yes, I can see the indication on the MLI flap, and now I'm moving it towards the arrow.
На ключе у меня закрыто. Закрыто.
Okay. So now I'm rotating it as per the arrow indication.
Открываю.
I am opening. Yes.
Пошло открытие.
Now it is moving.
Открываю до конца.
I'm opening, moving it to the full stop hard stop. It is about 9 rotations, Dmitri. Okay, 9 turns. Copy. Yes, it's a lot of turns.
After Sergey Prokopyev opened the manual valve of the coolant fluid servicer, Dmitri Petelin got the go-ahead to begin working with the fluid connectors.
It is fully open. Number 11, fluid connector. Copy. Dmitri. Now, please monitor the manual valve and also the fluid connectors and the servicer itself, and just monitor. Okay, copy. Everything seems to be dry. Okay, copy. Nothing is coming out. As we can see here, everything seems to be fine. The radiator is dry. Nothing is leaking. The edge on USA is dry. Okay, thank you so much. Now stand by for 4 minutes more.
As you just heard, the manual valves and the coolant fluid servicer, as well as the fluid connectors, are open, and there seems to be no leaks. The duo is standing by for a few more minutes to make sure that that is continual.
Now we have to wait and monitor for 2 more minutes. Copy. We are tracking no issues here. Copy, Sergey.
If you're just joining us, we're 1 hour and 5 minutes into Russian EVA or Spacewalk 58. We have Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitri Petelin of Roscosmos outside of the Nauka Module, where the duo have deployed the radiator, meaning it has been fully unfolded, and they have began and completed the opening of manual valves on the coolant fluid servicer, and they are currently standing by watching to make sure there is no leaks or any problems with their deployment or the fluid flowing through the radiator.
Дмитрий, как слышно?
Sergey, Dmitri, this is Moscow. How do you copy?
Слышим хорошо.
We copy you loud and clear.
Замечаний
У
нет.
нас
No issues
прошло 5 минут.
at all. So 5 minutes have
Доложить,
passed.
как по циклограмме это. Мы смотрим на
Please report
клапанарочные,
the status of the car manual valves on the servicer.
какие у нас, какое состояние.
So what is the status of this manual valve?
Клапана сухие.
The valves are dry.
Никаких подтеков
Нет,
No
нет, это клапана
leaks
КР
at
и
all.
КР1, КР2
So
тоже.
you mean KR valve and also KR1 and KR2, correct?
КР1, КР2.
Yes. 1 and 2 actually KR
Это
valves
спасибо.
only. That's what I see
Теперь
now.
по поводу стыка.
Thank you. And the same actually goes for the KR manual valve
По
on
поводу
the
стыка и
servicer.
гидроразъемов.
Now let us look at the edge here at the interface. The interface is also dry, no leaks at all,
Загрязнение.
no contamination,
Все хорошо.
no leaks, everything is nominal.
Подтверждаю.
I confirm that.
You're currently seeing a live helmet cam view from Sergey Prokopyev, where he is corresponding with MCC Mission Control Moscow. He's reporting no leaks and no appearance of coolant on the outside of the radiator
Fluid connector, which is number
or
10
the fluid connectors.
in the nomenclature. Okay, now I have to translate to number 10 connector first.
Сейчас мысли возникают насчет установки фала.
So what about the tether
Необходимости установки
installation?
Евро-7 и в целом перехода на систему смешанную.
So regarding the transition to the system, unintelligible.
В чем вопрос?
What is the question, Moscow?
Вопрос то, что мы, помните, обсуждали,
You
надо ли
remember-
ставить нам будет съемный поручень Евро-7.
We were discussing whether you will install the gap spanner on ERA number 7, or
Я нашел место фиксации.
maybe you will be able to
В принципе,
get-
мне кажется, можно и так дотянуться.
to reach out without it.
Особо
You know, I'm
ни к чему.
looking at
А вот смешанный
this area right now.
наверное, нужен будет с лебедкой.
Well, maybe I will be able to reach without this gap spanner. Well, you know, maybe I will have to use the drill because it's
Да.
a long gap.
Будем
Here.
пробовать тогда без установки съемного
Okay, so let us try to
на смешанном протоколе.
do it without the installation of the gap spanner and do the integrated protocol. Yes, so are you in the area of the fluid connector number 10? Yes. Okay, we give you a go to start opening it.
Так, сразу здесь с 10-го начинаем, да?
So we are starting with number 10
Продолжаем
connector.
10-й,
Yes,
да.
that's correct.
Хорошо.
Sounds good.
Местечко получше. Итак, вращаю
I'm rotating the
кран номер 10.
valve number 10. So I'm shifting it to the position open.
And as you just heard, Dmitri Petelin is turning the fluid connector valve number 10 to an open position. They had a successful first deployment of valve number 11, and they have moved on to the next.
It is in the open position, fully open. Copy.
Ожидаем 5 минут.
Stand by for 5 minutes. Standing by.
При этом смотрим за клапанами.
And make sure that you're monitoring the manual valves.
УСА и УСП.
And inaudible copy all. Yes, we'll keep monitoring. No changes.
Стык также без замечаний.
And no issues to report as well. Copy. 4 minutes remaining.
Хорошо.
Copy.
Again, after the manual opening of the fluid connector valve, the duo is standing by to make sure that there's no signs of leakage. And we're currently in a brief handover between TDRS satellites. We'll have views of the spacewalk back with us shortly. You're currently seeing a balcony view of the Russian Mission Control Center in Koryov, Moscow. Koryov, outside of Moscow, Russia. This is where the Russian spacewalk is being controlled today.
Please stand by for 1 more minute. And we're back at US. Copy. 1 minute.
Now with views back of the spacewalk, again, the duo are standing by waiting to make sure that there's no leak from the previously opened valve. We're currently seeing a live view of helmet cam number 22 of Dmitri Petelin.
Минута ожидания выдержки у нас закончилась. Просьба
dwell time is up.
доложить о состоянии клапанов ручных и гидроразъема.
I'm ready to copy your report on the status of the manual valves and the connectors, fluid connectors. For the interface, the active passive interface of this drive, there is no pod, and the radiator is in nominal condition. Regarding the fluid servicer valves, valves 1 and 2, the same. Thank you, copy. You're going to close MLI flaps. I see that you have already closed those flaps on the USA, the active attachment system, and you're going to close the flaps on the coolant fluid servicer, copy. It is closed, copy. Go ahead and close R1 and 2 manual valves. Copy. And they will be in the closed position. No, don't operate the actual manual valves. Close the MLI flaps. MLI flaps are now closed. Thank you. Now, regarding the timeline, the irritator should be installed on the interfactor number 2 instead of number 1. And Sergey, this one is next to you. Number 2 is next to you, near your feet. This is to avoid translation for you. And when you're done, you can go ahead and translate towards Sergey, Dmitri. That was for you. Copy all and work.
After waiting the appropriate amount of time, at the second manual valve that was turned to open position, there was no leaks found, and there was no leaks found in the reported nominal for the coolant fluid servicer connector. And with a good configuration there, they will move on and translate to the European robotic arm, where they will install 2 gap spanners.
I'm going to have to untether it. And I'm going to start helping you install the wheel. Am I going to start translation?
Sergey, ты хочешь перейти на смешанный?
Sergey, inaudible. That one is closer. Yes, it is closer.
Нет, крылок бэк не будет мешаться.
Copy. Are you sure that крылок bag won't be in the way? That it will be. Are you sure it won't be stuck against zero? No, it shouldn't. All right, so now you're going to switch to the mixed safety tether protocol. The large should be attached to the MLM handrail. Check its lock. Then, actually, Sergey, first you should drop the hook on yourself. Attach it on yourself. This one is small, so let me lock it.
Так, большой, зафиксировал.
Large hook is locked.
Поручень 4132 в положении.
It is attached to 4132. It is in locked currently. Make sure that the black lines are aligned on the scope. They are aligned and also it is currently in the locked position.
Да, и также там маленьком.
And the same for small hook. Black lines are aligned. Okay, black on black, copy, and we see that and confirm. And now you have to tether your short tether.
Currently with a helmet cam view from Dmitri Petelin, the duo has translated to the European robotic arm.
I have switched to
И смотрите, я еще раз напомню по поводу
protocol.
что на ней
Copy.
находятся стеклянные
Now regarding
элементы, которые уже наблюдали.
It has
солнечные
certain elements made of glass. You've seen them. These are reflectors, sun reflectors.
Касание их надо избегать.
Make sure you avoid contact with them.
С этими водными давайте переходить к поручню номер 5.
So these are your initial conditions, and now your goal to translate towards handrail number 5. Copy all.
Я в районе пятого поручня.
I'm next to handrail number 5 now.
Беру один карабин фалос подтягиваю.
And now I'm going to retrieve one of the hooks of the adjustable equipment tether.
И фиксирую за пятый поручень. Здесь у нее
And I'm going to drop the hook on handrail number 5. It has the circle elements here, the rings, and the actual handrail. So what should I use for tethering? You're going to use the loop on the handrail.
Тот, к которому будет вытягиваться лямка.
Also, make sure that you're dropping your hook in the same direction that the strap would go. So make sure that the strap is going to be tensioned in the same direction. We'll see which one is which.
If you're just joining us, we're 1 hour and 26 minutes into Russian Spacewalk 58. We're currently seeing live views from the helmet cam of ISS Commander and Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergey Prokopyev as he is at the European robotic arm outside of the International Space Station.
Under the bungee, and it's not budging.
Accompanied by Dmitri Petelin, also of Roscosmos, the duo are at the European robotic arm to install 2 gap spanners. Again, these are handheld handrails, allowing easier translation and movement for future spacewalkers.
Dmitri, how far are you? Do you need my help? Yes, I'm going to need some help.
The duo have completed multiple tasks today. They started out by exiting the hatch on the Poise module at 10:47 a.m. Central Time and began translating over to the Nauka module, where the duo removed two restraints from the radiator, then deployed the radiator, and they successfully then moved on to turning manual valves on the coolant fluid servicer. They found no leaks and moved on, and they are now where you see them at the European robotic arm, where they will be again installing 2 gap spanners.
Well, I think I'm going to have to swap the hooks. Well, both hooks are currently attached to the same handrail, number 5. Copy. And there's a camera there, please be careful. Copy. So now let's see if the length of this tether is sufficient. I guess the adjustable equipment tether could be attached to the ERA handrail. Please repeat your last. The adjustable equipment tether can be dropped on an ERA handrail, right, to lift it up. Yes, a year ago, but specialists, the ERA specialists are saying that you are allowed to drop the hooks on the ERA handrail loops only. Otherwise, you're gonna damage the coating. I'm now moving along to handrail 2. Its length is not sufficient as it is now. I'm now next to handrail number 2, and I'm going to drop the hook on the tether loop, on the handrail loop. The hook is now locked. Copy, and also make sure you do hook swap for handrail number 5 as well. Copy that.
Перефиксировал.
Hook swap complete.
Выполняю выбор глубины.
And I'm now going to remove the slack. Copy.
Проволочный фиксатор окажется
So the wire tie will be attached on the side of handrail number 2.
Нет никаких проблем. Я думаю,
No problem at all.
тебе удобнее было бы подвязывать, чтобы меньше
I assume it would be fine, just out of convenience. It would be more convenient to attach it. Yes, it is actually tied to the hook. Yes, you're go to do that. Copy.
We're currently 1 hour and 33 minutes into today's Russian Spacewalk 58. You're currently seeing live views from the helmet cam of Sergey Prokopyev. You see him at the European robotic arm installing a gap spanner. He's currently has the gap spanner attached and is now securing it with wire ties. The European robotic arm, which launched July of 2021, attached to the Nauka module, will be used to move payloads and equipment outside the Russian segment of the station, joining the Canadian-built Canadarm2 robotic arm and the Japanese arm already supporting station maintenance, operations, and research.
When you'll switch to the regular, to the protocol, please make sure that you take photographs. Sure, will do. This activity took about 16 minutes. So for the next timeline, you're going to move to the module, and then you will operate this particular tether. You'll do the tether ops later. Inaudible.
We are currently in between satellites and have lost views currently of the spacewalk happening outside the International Space Station. You're currently seeing live views inside the Russian Mission Control Center in Koryov, outside the city of Moscow, Russia.
Did you copy the timeline update? Copy all? We're getting ready to translate towards the node module. Copy. Also, we're coming up on the KU band AUS.
As we wait for views to return, we can recap a little of what's happened so far today. The duo of Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitri Petelin headed outside of the POISE module to begin their spacewalk today at 10:47 a.m. Central Time, and they then moved or translated over to the Nauka module, where they removed two restraints from the radiator that was previously installed on Russian Spacewalk 56 on April 19th. They then deployed the radiator. After a successful deployment, the duo open manual valves on the coolant fluid servicer, and then made sure there was no leaks. Upon making sure there was no leaks, the duo then headed over to the European robotic arm where we just left them. And then the duo installed gap spanners, and as the name suggests, the gap spanners are handheld handrail attached to two handrails that are a further distance than needed. This gap spanner will allow for future spacewalkers to have an easier time translating.
Then you can drop it there. Copy. Reel is now released from the handrail. I'm switching to the Russian safety tether protocol. I'll start translating towards the node module. Your goal. Your goal to start translating to the circular handrails of the pressure adapter, and then you're going to translate through carrier to plane 3 of the pressure adapter, and once you are there, you'll translate to the pressure adapter window, and then from then on, you'll translate towards the node module. And also a reminder that there will be thrusters on your translation path. Make sure that you avoid contact. Copy. And also, we won't be getting a video at that time, so please make sure that you provide us with status reports on the handrail surface condition. Copy. All right. I'm not translating to the circular handrails. Actually, I'm at the circular handrails. Handrail number 58 is here. Copy.
And I have rounded along the circular handrails. And let me see what's best. And what's the status of the handrails? Well, there is a black handrail, 4563, 4400, they're black. But 6565 is golden in color. And the state seems to be okay. Well, do they have any patina or anything on anything on them? It's hard to tell.
After a successful installation of 2 gap spanners on the European robotic arm, we currently see Sergey Prokopyev, who will be removing a handrail, as Dmitri Petelin is translating back over to the Nauka radiator.
Thrusters. Black paint just maybe softened a little bit in the sun and is glittering a little bit. All right, so thrusters.
Там обычно двигатели обходим, что ногами в сторону 4400,
go with your feet towards 4400 as you are going around the thrusters. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. The sun is warming it all up. Feels pretty nice.
Если надо отдохнуть,
well, if you need to take a break, let's stop, take a break. We are right on time. Oh, we're moving slowly.
Принято. Тогда дойдем до укладки и там отдохнем.
It's a bit too early to rest. Well, once you get to the bundle, that's when you take a break. Okay? I'm translating along the circular handrails. And I'm getting to plane 3. That's going to be plane 2 for the node module. Copy. So you are in the area of plane 2 for where the handrails are connected to. They are connected to plane 3. It's the same plane as where you have the window on GA. See, we are getting very close. We can see it visually. So, Sergey, since you are going first, go towards the docking node and place yourself unintelligible of MLM. Sounds good.
If you're just joining us, we are about 1 hour and 46 minutes into the Russian Spacewalk 58. We're currently looking at a live balcony view inside the Russian Mission Control Center, waiting on views of the spacewalk to continue here shortly. As we wait on views to return, we are hearing Dmitri Petelin and Sergey Prokopyev as they continue the spacewalk this morning. This afternoon, the duo just completed another task, where they installed 2 gap spanners on the European robotic arm. However, the duo started out of the POISE module this morning at 10:47 a.m. Central Time and translated over to the Nauka module. At the Nauka module, they then translated to the radiator, where they removed 2 restraints and then successfully deployed the radiator, meaning unfolding the radiator to its full length. They then began to turn manual valves on the coolant fluid servicer. After waiting the proper amount of time, the duo then found no leaks, no problems with the coolant flowing through the radiator. They then moved over to the European robotic arm, where they installed 2 gap spanners. After that completion, we had Dmitri Petelin translating back to the Nauka module's radiator interface, and we had Sergey Prokopyev, who was removing a handrail, who would then join Dmitri Petelin back at the coolant fluid servicer.
All right. And I'm near the window. Copy.
Так, мы с какого начинаем?
All right. Where should we start?
Начинаем с того, что с внешней стороны.
From the external side.
Вы просто скажете, какой это поручень, и я вам
You need to let me know what handrail it is, and I will let you know where to go.
Принято.
Copy.
Сейчас, Сергей, ты дальше продолжай. Продолжай движение, Сергей.
And continue movement, Sergey. To the portal, but from the other side.
Так, поручни.
All right, handrail.
1
PP 20.
Ну правильно, да.
That's right. PPS 23 and PP 13. So the second one is going to be the one that's numbered 23.
Внешний у нас какой?
What's the external one?
Внешний второй.
The external one is 2322.
Второй. Принято. Тогда надо идти на 4-ю плоскость.
Now move to plane 4 then.
Плоскость ФУМа надо будет идти.
Of the node module.
Вот вам надо продолжать движение по кругу.
And continue the circular movement.
Движение по кругу, как вы шли по МЛМ.
Just as you moved through MLM.
Хорошо, принято.
And it will be a second plane from MLM. Okay, copy. It's going to be the second one. All right, I'm moving to that other side. Do you want me to free it up? All right. I have freeing up, removing restraints together with the tethers. Now, first of all, I would like to ask you to rest up a little bit. So it's minute 51. We are going according to plan, so I suggest you take a break. Because the sun can actually have some effect on you, so secure yourself to the handrail. So Sergey, that would be you. The second point, it will be a rest. And after that, transport tether, the one that's on your side, needs to be secured to handrail 11. And after that, you can proceed with the wire ties and freeing them up. I understand. And the tethers that you have, the transport tethers, they can be used with the next one, the one that's number one. Okay, I understand. So, take a break for another couple of minutes, and then you can proceed. Sounds good. And if you want, you can shut down the Heka cameras for now. The Heka cameras. Okay, mine is off. And it's not Erka, it's Heka. But for Erka, you need to turn it back again. Will do. And please report on the status of the LED of the Erka camera. Copy.
If you're just joining us, we're 1 hour and 54 minutes into Russian Spacewalk 58. Currently seeing live views inside the Mission Control, Moscow, outside of in Koryov, Russia.
When you're ready, you can start working with the handrails.
You currently hear Russian and English translation of the duo who are outside the International Space Station currently. That's Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitri Petelin. The duo have completed several tasks on their list for today's spacewalk, which includes removal of restraints for the radiator, a successful deployment of the radiator, and the opening of manual valves for the fluid coolant servicer. The duo then headed over to the European robotic arm, where they installed one gap spanner and are currently working to complete the second installation of the second gap spanner. After completion of the gap spanners, we will then see the duo translate back over to the radiator.
Artyom, what handrails do we need? Where should we secure to on the node module? Handrail number 2 on MLM is 4580, and for 7433. 4433.
На замках поручня перехода нет маркировки с номерами поручня.
Do you have the handrail numbers visible?
The International Space Station is currently flying 259 statute miles above Iraq.
Pega 13. Copy.
Again, we will have views of the spacewalk again shortly. While we wait, we do still hear what's going on.
We have MLM 4571.
Да, принято. Это как раз поручень номер...
Copy. It's the handrail that we need.
Ну, в том районе.
Unintelligible.
Ну, вам подсказка будет тоже, если
So,
не держать в голове номера.
you don't need to remember the numbers precisely, but okay, so the handrails are free.
Это поручень.
Copy. We have the handrails secured. All right, you can go above along the handrail, and I'll find my way here. I think I found this 4580. 4579 is a small handrail. And then right across from the thrusters, there is 4580. .7442. I am in the vicinity of the handrail that I need. All right. First of all, you need to make sure that both locks are unintelligible. Okay. Is it adjustable? Yes, it's telescopic from the side of MLM. The one that's for 4580. All right, I got it, and let's start from your side. Let's start from the side of the node. 74, unintelligible 3. All right, number 43. Okay, that's probably be behind the plate. No, it's going to be a different one. No, that's 7443. 40. That's 42. No, we need 43. Sergey. It's an old unintelligible, and that's just for the understanding where handrails to be installed where. Is it very important? So, after the test, the handrails unintelligible. Number 43. 7443. Yes, 7443. And I'm ready to secure it. Okay? Kind of pretty dark here. All right, let's install it. And it should be temporarily secured there, right?
If you're just joining us, we are 2 hours and 2 minutes in today's Russian Spacewalk 58. Duo are currently installing the second of 2 gap spanners on the European robotic arm.
All right.
Today's spacewalk began at 10:47 a.m. Central Time, where the duo exited. The duo of Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitri Petelin exited the POISE module and then translated over to the Nauka module. Once at the module, they translated to the radiator there. Once at the radiator, they released 2 restraints and then successfully deployed the radiator, meaning unfold the radiator to its full length. They then began to open coolant fluids, the fluid servicer valves. Once open, the duo then translated over to the European robotic arm, where they have successfully installed 1 gap spanner and are completing the second now. We are currently in between satellites and are waiting to get views back of the spacewalk.
And
The duo and the International Space Station are currently about 262 statute miles above Kazakhstan. They are in an orbital nighttime.
right, there was a short LOS. We are working on securing it to we're working on securing it to the node module. Okay, so preliminary, everything worked. Yes. So preliminary, you managed to secure the latch. Yes. Then just do 2 or 3 turns and install the latch on the MLM. All right, it's secured. Copy. Not completely, but it's holding. Do I need to reach you? Why? What? No, we are installing it on the side of the MLM module. So you have it installed from the side of the node module. Yes, we've got that. It's secured. And now we are moving on to the side of the MLM module. How is...
After successfully completing all primary tasks for today, the duo have headed into their get-ahead task, and they are in their get-ahead task number 2, where they are installing a shortcut handrail between the Nauka module and the Raspbian module.
Press on. I'm going to tighten it a little bit. Why? I'm trying to be a little bit further from the cables. Okay, sounds good. Let's do it this way. And there is some wiggle room, so...
Now with views back of the external view of the International Space Station, we currently see the deployed radiator on the Nauka module and the European robotic arm above it.
Замки у вас ближе к кронштейнам установлены.
So you have the...
Что значит?
Latch is installed a little bit closer to the...
К кронштейнам поручни, которые на модулях.
handrails, right? Are they in the middle or not? Well, they are kind of in the middle. Do you want them closer? If you can, they're recommending that it's better to move them a little bit closer to the handrail, to the bracket, correction. So once you have them secured to the handrail, move them a little bit closer to the bracket. Can you do that?
Now with the new view, we see the duo, Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitri Petelin, as they are currently on get-ahead task. Again, they have completed all of their primary tasks for today, and as they wait for the coolant to fill the radiator, the duo have moved on to get-ahead task. They are currently installing a handrail, a shortcut handrail, between the MLM, or the Multipurpose Laboratory Module, also known as Nauka, and the Raspbian node.
Well, maybe I can move a little bit here. Let me just move it with the wrench, and it's a joint that I can move. All right, it's moving. All right, I pushed it a little bit closer to 744. Should we tighten it in this position? Yes, And once you're done with that, if you get a chance, we would like to have your hacker cameras turned on. Sounds good.
Так, а вот этот телескопический механизм, он никак не фиксируется, он просто в таком виде остается?
So we just leave it as is. We do not secure it at all. Yes, we. You know, the securing is provided with the crank mechanisms in the area of the locks. Okay, and after you have tightened it, so it will become one of the three gap spanners here, or shortcut handrails. Okay. Yes, actually, you know, it is possible now to translate in this area for even 3 people, not for only for 2. Yeah, just three EVA operators now can work in this area. Well, we maybe should review this suggestion of yours and think about it. Now that we have 3 shortcut handrails here. I have tightened it to the hot stop from the MLM side. Copy.
You're currently seeing live views of the helmet cam number 16 of Sergey Prokopyev, EV1, or the extravehicular crew member number 1 in the Orland suit with the red stripe.
Camera, how you have installed this gap spanner or shortcut rail. Well, you know, there is not much light right now here. The sun is going down, so to say, but I will give it a try. I have secured it from the node side as well. And the... Yes, I can see that. I can see the wing nut here. Yes, it's along the hull here. Copy.
Съемку Дима сделает, Сергей, а ты убирай ключ и переходи обратно в скоростный номер 1.
Okay, so Dmitri will do the imagery, and Sergey, you can translate back to the handrail number 1 and take the wrench with you. Okay, copy, will do.
If you're just joining us, we're 2 hours and 15 minutes into Russian Spacewalk 58. You see live views of the helmet cam of Sergey Prokopyev. He is currently finished up the installation of a handrail. Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitri Petelin exited the POIS module at 10:47 a.m. Central Time. They translated over to the Nauka module, where they removed 2 restraints on the radiator, then successfully deployed the radiator. They then opened manual valves and began the flow of coolant into the radiator. The duo then translated over to the European robotic arm, where they installed 2 gap spanners. After the completion of the 2 gap spanners, the duo had completed all primary tasks for today and had moved on. They have now moved on into the get-ahead task. Their get-ahead task today is installation of 2 handrails.
Okay, so on the spacesuit number 4, the hacker camera is on ON. Unintelligible. Unintelligible. What are you talking about, guys? About the electrical connector. You mean on node or on MLM? On MLM, actually, on the GA, on the pressurized adapter. 20-something U? Oh, it is TK. Now I understand. Okay. I guess it is probably a cable from the course system. So it was secured here temporarily on the handrail 4533. Okay, copy. I removed the handrail number 1. I've removed my tether from that handrail. Now I'm moving towards plane number 4, no, plane number 2. That's the direction you should go to. And it's an UMA and number 4 on MLM. Okay, number 2 on the node and number 4 on MLM. Okay, yes, I understand. If, Sergey, you look towards MLM, so you will have to turn left. So that's where your feet now are now, right? Yes, that's correct, in that direction. There are 2 handrails there on MLM. There are 4530 on MLM and 7225 on UMA node module. And again, you should move it closer to the brackets. Okay, copy. Okay, on it's towards the, on node, it is towards the handrail number 24, and on MLM, it towards not very audible 71. Okay, I am at the handrail 7225. Copy. Now I have to move towards the node module. No. 7225. It's for Sergey and 4530. Yes, unintelligible. Okay, so 4570 is close to 4571. Yes.
На картинке на 3D-модели у нас тут с адаптерера мешался, а тут разъем.
Yes, on the picture, it was something else than the connector is here. Maybe 45721, it will be closer to the bracket. You can try 45721. I think it will be much more convenient. I agree. Is everything secure there? Yes. Yes, I think I have moved a little bit too far. Yes, that's correct. You will have to move back a little bit. Copy. Yes, I'm ready to take this thingy here. It's almost like a baton. Yes, baton. A torch. Right, I can receive it now. Okay, so the lock 25 mine. Dmitri, could you please avoid touching the elements of this thruster and other surfaces? Copy. I will do my best.
Можешь тогда подснять обстановку вокруг этих сопел?
Dima, can you take a video of the area and with the emphasis on the handrails status? Okay, will do.
If you're just joining us, you're seeing live mission coverage of the Russian Spacewalk 58.
Mechanism of the preliminary.
We're currently seeing views from a helmet cam of Sergey Prokopyev, EV1, or extravehicular crew member 1. And right below him, in the red striped Orlan suit, we see Dmitri Petelin in the blue striped Orlan suit. This duo headed outside of the POISE module at 10:47 a.m. Central Time and began their translation over to the Nauka module. Once arrived at the Nauka module, the duo then began their first and start of task, which was to remove two restraints from the radiator previously installed on Russian EVA or Spacewalk 56. Once the restraints were removed, the duo then successfully deployed the radiator, meaning they unfolded it to its full length. Once deployed, the duo then went over to the fluid coolant servicer, where they then began turning and opening up valves, manual valves. After valves were set to open, the duo stood around. They hung out to make sure there were no leaks on the coolant loops. After completion of the hold period, the duo then translated over to the European robotic arm. There they installed two gap spanners. With the successful completion of the gap spanners, the duo then completed all primary tasks and then began to head into get-ahead task. The duo just completed the installation of the first handrail. This handrail is one of two, and the duo are now installing the second handrail. These handrails connect the Nauka module and the RS node.
It doesn't want or wouldn't budge from the top. But if we move it like that, excellent. Yeah, so we have preliminarily secured it. Copy. Could you please move to the left a little bit? Where? To the left. So you're talking about, I'm talking about yourself. Okay. Right, I'm moving. Unintelligible.
Again, you see the duo installing the second of two handrails connecting the MLM or the Nauka module and the RS node or the Prishal module.
Very tight. Okay, 721, yes? Yes.
As they do this get-ahead test, they are also in the process of waiting for the coolant to fill the radiator.
Step center is installed. Take a rest. And afterwards, you will continue taking steps as per your cyclogram, and the PET time now is 2 hours and 33 minutes, and you did these tasks just in 1 hour, so you were very fast. Sergey, maybe you haven't yet completed the tightening, right? Maybe I was, in a hurry to give you a go to move further. You are still tightening it. Yes, that's correct. Well, there is no hurry at all. We have plenty of time.
Дим, у тебя перед глазами плата с разъемами, и там 4 разъема отстыкованных есть. Это для интеграции ума их отстыковали.
Okay, so you have the plate with 4 connectors. Yes. Can you secure these 4 connectors with a wire tie and secure it to these 4 connectors to a handrail? Which one you are talking about? The ones that are kind of free? Yes, that's the ones that are free, floating, so to say. I understand. The problem is that they have caps on them, and they are installed. They are not their own caps. Of course, you know, it's not very easy to tie them up together. You know, maybe not the connectors itself, but the cables can be secured, you know. All right, maybe to the handrail 4570 they can be secured and affixed. All right, I will think about it. I secured the handrail to 7225, the gap spanner to 7225. Okay, copy. So both handrails are installed on Now, Sergey, could you please take a video on your Glissa camera of the installed short handrail? Then you can take a breather after that and start moving towards the radiator to continue your EV operations.
If you're just joining us, we're doing live coverage of the Russian Spacewalk 58. You currently have views of outside the International Space Station, where Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitri Petelin are finishing up a get-ahead task. They have installed and finishing installation of the second of two handrails. Before the installation of the handrails, that you, in the get-ahead task, the beginning of the get-ahead task, that you completed all primary tasks for today.
So the equipment tethered.
The duo exited the Poise module at 10:47 a.m. Central Time, and then translated over to the Nauka module, where they removed two restraints from the previously installed radiator. They then had a successful deployment of the radiator, meaning they unfolded it to its full length. The duo then began to open coolant fluid servicer connectors. After the opening of these connectors, the duo then translated over to the European robotic arm, where they installed two gap spanners. That was the end of all primary tasks. The duo then again began their get-ahead tasks, where they were installing two handrails connecting the Nauka module to the pre-shell module. This was all while the duo waited for the coolant to fill the radiator.
Now regarding translating back to the MLM towards plane 1, what do you think? What works best? Is it better to move through the airlock or is it better to take the same path through plane 3? The airlock? If we can secure ourselves on the ear adapter handrails, I don't see any issues with that. Yes, you are going to do that. Because we're right next to it. We're just going to have to jump over the adapter. And the handrails are there anyways.
Once the handrails are completely installed, the duo will then head back over to the radiator and check on the status of the coolant filling.
Сейчас, когда перейдем на первую плоскость, тут, Дим, ты уже практически...
And Dmitri, once you translate to plane 1, you're almost there. Please proceed to end effector number 2. Era end effector number 2. Copy all. Thanks.
Ты сейчас тогда, Дим, не торопись.
Dmitri, do not rush. Sergey is still at the node module. Do not translate too far away from here. I'm just going to hide here in the shade. Because the sun is just scorching hot. I have secured everything, and the equipment tethers are stowed in the crew log bag. I'm ready for translation. Sergey, unless you need a breather, you can go ahead and start translating. And how are you feeling now? Well, it feels warm. As July in Houston. Copy, understand. And the fingers feel quite hot.
Так, ладно, тогда дальше перемещаюсь. Давай.
I'll keep translating. Yes, please proceed. Copy all.
Тут здесь уже тесно становится.
Because there isn't much space here anymore.
Currently in a brief handover between satellites, we currently have balcony views inside the Russian Mission Control Center. We just left the duo after they had completed both get-ahead tasks, installing handrails in between the Nauka module and the pre-shaw module. And that was 2 handrails for 2 get-ahead tasks completed after they completed their primary task this morning. Duo now are both translating back over to the radiator interface, where they'll check on the status of the cooling filling for the radiator. We're back from a short LOS. We're doing just fine. I am now next to the base point 3. Copy. And I'm getting closer as well. I'm at the work site. Copy.
Сейчас тогда, Сергей, переходи на смешанный...
Sergey, you are go to switch to the mixed safety tether protocol and make sure to use the handrail loops for the handrails that are on error. Translating now. And also switching to the mixed tether protocol. And the rail will be attached to handrail 4111. Copy, black on black. Everything is aligned. Copy. Fixed length tether now is going to be attached to the swing arm. Copy. That's the base point right here. And I see a handle. Yes, we can see the handle as well. Well, actually, ERA-7 handrail is needed there not just for tethering, but it is an additional point of attachment for the end effector. Copy. So what works best here? I'm gonna push myself off of you. Go. Do you need me to push you? I'm gonna need you to hand it over to me later. All right. And also make sure that you avoid contact with any glass elements installed in ERA. Copy. Is it going to be your tether? Yes, the adjustable length tether. Are you ready? Yes, I am. Thank you. I'm now secured next to handrail number 6. Copy.
If you're just joining us, we're 3 hours into Russian Spacewalk 58. You currently see live views of Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitri Petelin outside of the Nauka Module. Earlier today, the duo completed primary tests, which included removal of restraints and deployment of the previously installed radiator. After deployment of the radiator, meaning it unfolded to its full length, the duo then began to open coolant fluid valves on the coolant fluid servicer pipeline. And once open, the duo then translated over to the European robotic arm, where they installed 2 gap spanners. These completed the primary task for today. The duo then moved over to get ahead task, where they installed 2 handrails in between the Nauka module and the Prishal module. The duo just completed the get ahead task, And as they completed these tests, they were also in the process of waiting for the coolant to fill the radiator. The duo will then go back to the radiator where they will check the progress of the coolant filling.
Зафиксировал первый фал за шестой поручень.
Tether 1 is now secured on the loop of handrail 6. Copy.
In correction, as the duo completed most of the tasks, they then moved on to those get-ahead tasks. They have now completed those get-ahead tasks and returned to finish the second of the 2 gap spanners on the European robotic arm. The duo made the decision to move to get-ahead tasks before installing the second gap spanner on the European robotic arm. After completion of this gap spanner, they will then move on to the radiator, checking the status of the coolant filling in the radiator.
And I'm now going to remove the slot. Copy. Slack removed. And the free end is now secured on handrail 6. So that's now completed. Copy.
Сергей, заснимешь со своей стороны, как ты установил поручень?
Sergey, please take photographs of the handrail on your side, just for the archival purposes. Copy. Also, from this vantage point, I can see the radiator really well.
You're currently seeing a live view from helmet cam 22 of Dmitri Petelin as he is translating on the robotic arm, the European robotic arm.
Take photographs of the radiator.
Ребят, просьба
Copy.
отключить камеры Хеки минут на 10.
Also, please turn off your hackers for about 10 minutes. Copy.
Отключил Эко на 4-м скорости.
Inaudible.
Возвращаюсь.
Going back.
Да, переходи обратно к корпусу.
Yes, you are go to start translating back to the module, and also you can switch to the Russian chatter protocol now. Copy.
Я сейчас подам.
And the installation of the second gap spanner has been completed.
Thank you.
Дима, и ты можешь начинать движение в сторону.
Dmitri, you can start translating towards the USA, the active attachment system, and the interface. Copy all.
Так как мы будем работать с гидроразъемами уже.
And you're going to start operations with the fluid connectors, 8 and 9. So you're going to have to be on the opposite side, on the side of pile 1. Copy.
Фиксирую лебедку за крылом.
All right, securing to the crew lock bag. Station Moscow on Space to Ground 1 for Andrei. Station Moscow on Space to Ground 1 for Andrei. EV1 is next to the hydraulic loop. Okay, Sergey, now open the MLI flaps near KR1 and 2 manual valves and also on the coolant fluid surface pipeline, and please report on their status. Copy.
If you're just joining us, we're about 3 hours and 15 minutes into Russian Spacewalk 58. Russian cosmonauts Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitri Petelin exited the hatch today at 10:47 a.m. Central Time and translated over to the Nauka Module, where they removed restraints and successfully deployed the radiator that was previously installed on Russian Spacewalk 56.
And please,
after a successful deployment, the duo began to open coolant valves on the coolant fluid servicer pipeline. These opening of these valves began the flow from the reservoir of coolant into the radiator. With an estimated 2-hour time span for that reservoir to fill the radiator, the duo then began to move on to other tasks. These tasks included adding gap spanners onto the European robotic arm, as well as 2 get-ahead tasks that installed 2 handrails between the Nauka module and the Prishal module. After completion of these tasks, the duo then translated back over to the radiator, where they are currently checking the fuel level. They are currently reporting no problems and a nominal filling of the hydraulic loops on the radiator.
start on the next step. So please remove prep the KR1 and KR2 manual valves, and Dima, you will put the ratchet ring.
After the completion of the filling of the coolant, the duo will then close the valves that they opened earlier today, where it will finish off the deployment of the radiator for the Nauka module thermal control system.
So you would like to start with removing the screw locking device from KR1 first. You do it for KR1 and 2. So currently you just have to remove the safety wire first for now. We removed it for both. Copy. And I have installed the ratchet wrench. And we have opened for number 7 for fluid connector 7. We have it open. I am ready. That's Sergey. Sergey? Close a manual valve KR1. Closing KR1. At 90 degrees. Yes, at 90 degrees till hard stop.
And you just previously heard MCCM give the go-ahead for fluid connector valves 7 and 6 to be open, and that's being done by Dmitri Petelin.
And now start opening fluid connector 1, GR1, 7. Okay, number 7, here we come. And I have it secured in the position closed. Copy. And I'm starting opening. So should be about 9 turns, right? Correct. Sergey, while you wait, you can turn off your hacker camera. Copy. Correction, on. In work, hackers on. All right. So number 7 fluid connector is completely open. Copy. And hurry up and do number 6 then. Copy.
Открываю.
Opening it. Copy. Station, Moscow, Space Ground 1 for Andrei. For unintelligible in MLM.
Шоссе полностью открыт.
Connector, fluid connector 6 is completely open. Copy.
Приступай к открытию клапанов в районе.
So now start with opening of the valves in the area of the fluid service pipeline, 1 KL1 and 2 KL. In work.
And that was confirmation that the fluid connector valve number 6 has been completely opened.
Так, это здесь же рядышком, правильно должно быть?
Should be somewhere around here, right? Yes. Right near the connection point. The seam.
Так, вот клапаны открыл.
Right, I have the valves open.
Индикацию 1 КЛ.
And I'm standing by for 1 KL and 2 KL indication.
Клапан 1 КЛ.
Copy, and please close 1 KL valve. No, it's going to be 90 degrees till hard stop. Copy.
90 положение закрыть.
Открыть.
90 degrees in position closed. Okay, it's standing perpendicular the line and the valve is closed. So could you please reboot your ERCA camera and turn on your HECA camera? Copy.
HECA включен.
HECA's on.
Currently seeing live views from HECA 16 on EV1 or Sergey Prokopyev. He's wearing the Orlan suit with the red stripe.
Will be for KR1 and KR2 are yours, and Dima, 1 KL and 2 KL is yours.
Пока да.
And 2 KL needs to stay open, right? Correct. KR1 is done.
Sergey removed locking wires from manual valves, and then he was given the go from MCCM, or Mission Control Moscow, to close one of the valves.
Right, I took pictures of the valves. Copy, thank you.
А Ерку ты перезапустил? Как-то упустил немножко этот момент.
And have you rebooted your ERCA? I missed that. I did. I turned it off and turned it back on. The LED is illuminated. It's green. Copy, thank you.
Мы ожидаем. У нас общее время интеграции.
So let's stand by.
Будет около получаса.
It's going to take about half an hour to integrate the first loop. We're going to be issuing a number of commands to start the circulation. And in about 10 minutes, if we get a confirmation that the system works, you can take cover somewhere and take a break. And the external air panel, control panel, would you please remove it to its initial configuration? Turn it about 90 degrees. Will do. Unintelligible.
По часовой стрелке, наоборот, Дим, наоборот.
Dima, the other way. Turn it the other way, clockwise.
По-моему, наоборот надо, там, чтобы кабель не мешался, чтобы...
So that the cable is not in the way. So that air is like kind of looking at you. I'll give you a hand here.
Так тут нет, туда не получится. Тут
we won't be able to do that. The first, like, it's short valve, adjustable.
Ну, там можно ворочаться, распутать, но это...
Well, you can untangle it.
Когда не надо, да. Тогда, значит, правильно ты начал делать, да.
Yeah, we tied it pretty well there.
Ну, вот так было, да.
That's how it was.
Все, спасибо. Ну, все.
Okay, thank you.
Теперь ожидаем, да.
Let's stand by.
Принято.
Copy.
3 hours and 32 minutes into Russian Spacewalk 58. We currently have live views outside of the International Space Station as Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitri Petelin of Roscosmos both continue their work outside of the Nauka Module. The duo is currently back at the fluid connector servicer pipeline, checking and opening valves and closing others to continue the process of coolant flowing into the radiator that had an estimated about 2-hour filling time, which the duo started earlier as they completed the deployment and opening of valves on the radiator. Currently in a handover between satellites. We're getting a live view inside the balcony, from the balcony camera inside the Russian Mission Control Center. After opening a manual valve number 6, the duo are hanging out beside the fluid connector to make sure there is no leaks. While we have no views, the duo will continue their work, and we will have audio. You'll hear a mix of Russian and English translation as they talk to Mission Control Moscow.
We have sent all the commands. Now we're standing by for 30 minutes for the circulation of coolant in the cooling loop. So watch that connector like 2 hawks and the valves, and from time to time check them before you resume your activity. And I will need a confirmation from you that everything is looking good prior to you continuing the working with the valves. Sounds good. And EVA time unintelligible. Talking over each other. KR1 valve. Is looking good, and USA OSP interface is also looking fine. And you've been outside for 3 hours, 36 minutes already, guys. Copy. Thank you.
If you're just joining us, you're seeing live views inside the Russian Mission Control Center as we have live coverage of Russian Spacewalk 58 at 10:47 a.m. Central Time. Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitri Petelin headed outside of the POIS module. They then translated over to the Nauka module, where they began their primary task for the day. The duo removed two restraints that remained on the radiator that was previously installed on April 19th, Russian Spacewalk 56. Upon removal, they had a successful deployment of the radiator, meaning it unfolded to its full length. They then began to open coolant fluid servicer valves to open the reservoir for coolant to begin to flow into the radiator.
So please report on the condition of the valve.
After opening some of the valves, the duo then headed over to the European robotic arm, where they installed one of two gap spanners. After the gap spanner was installed successfully, they then moved on to get-ahead tasks, where they installed two handrails. These handrails connected the Nauka module and the pre-shawl module. After these get-ahead tasks were completed, the duo then went back to the European robotic arm, where they installed the second gap spanner. Once that was completed, duo headed back to the radiator interface, where they began to open more fluid connector valves. The duo waited to see fluid coolant flow was nominal, and the radiator is continuing to fill.
Report what you have on your pulse and what you have on the valves. Okay, no leaks, everything is nominal, so KL1 is closed and KL2 is open, so no issues at all, everything is nominal and stable. And on the radiator panels are no signs of leaks or anything like that. Copy, Dmitri. Now, Dmitri, please position yourself near the fluid connectors 8 and 9. Also, use the ratchet wrench on the connector number 8. And when you are ready, you will work with the manual valve number 2, KR2. Okay, I'm positioning myself.
And you just heard reporting from the duo that everything from the manual valves 6 and 7 and the coolant flow was nominal, and they reported no leaks. They have now been given the go-ahead from MCCM, or Mission Control Moscow, to continue opening the manual valves, and they are on to open manual valve 8 and 9.
I am positioned near the valves 8 and 9. And the ratchet wrench is on valve number 8, and I'm ready to work. On your go. Stand by. Sergey? I'm here. Go ahead. I'm next to KR2 valve, and I'm ready to work with that one. Copy. Close KR2 manual valve. Sergey, copy and work.
After integrating hydraulic loop coolant loop number 1. The duo are now moving on to hydraulic loop number 2.
KR2 manual valve is closed. Copy, Sergey. KR2 is closed. Dmitri, start opening the fluid connector number 8. Copy. Fluid connector number 8 opening is in work.
They are currently working on opening fluid connector valve number 8.
You know, I moved it, but it wouldn't budge. So I'm taking a picture. Sergey, I have a suggestion. So there is the gap spanner next to the manual valve. Maybe it can be moved a little bit farther so that it would not in the way of the valves, would not be in the way.
Может быть, я его сейчас вот на 41-46, и он тогда выйдет так, что он будет...
I can relocate it to the handrail 41-46, and it will be farther.
Этот мягкий поручень, он был проложен для того, чтобы обходить...
Then the next hook also can be relocated. You know, this gap spanner was installed to work with ERA.
Подумать, посмотреть, как бы его отвести от этих клапанов ручных.
So, could you please think what is the best way to put it away from the manual valves, KR1 and KR2? Of course, they need to be closed at all times, and nothing should be an obstacle to that. All right, so I have relocated one of the hooks. So now it's the distance to the gap spanner is about 15 centimeter, and it is on the locks. You know, maybe the hook that is next to you should be relocated upwards, you know, where towards the ERA panel, control panel. Well, maybe. Okay, Dmitri, have you opened the fluid connector number 8? Not to the hot stop yet. Copy. You know, I'm using the ratchet wrench, and it is not moving really very smoothly. Okay, copy that.
Using a ratchet wrench, we see Dmitri Petelin opening the manual valve for fluid connector 8.
Суп Москвы для Сергея.
Station Moscow for Sergey. Go ahead.
Сергей, как у тебя там тепловое состояние?
Sergey, how are you feeling, you know, inside your spacesuit? I mean, so are you cold or not? You know, I started working and it became much warmer, but before that it was quite cool. You know, sometimes when we set up a temperature, you know, it's not working as we would like to. Now, let us reboot the ISR system, okay? So put the switch in the middle position, deactivate the ISR system, and then reactivate it. Okay, Dmitri, are you done with the connector number 8? Yes, it is open now. What about number 9? Should I open it? Yes, please, as fast as you can, open this fluid connector number 9. Okay, copy Moscow in work. Yes, I have restarted ISR thermal system. This is Sergey. Okay, so right now it shows what is required. Could you please monitor your...
We have confirmation that fluid connector valve 8 is open, and Dmitri Petelin has moved on to opening fluid connector valve number 9.
When you feel too warm, then change it, the switch again. All right? You know, if in worst case scenario, you will use your manual controls. And you remember, Sergey, yes, about the pump? Yes, I do. All right. Thank you, Sergey. Thank you, Moscow.
Сергей, и можешь, пожалуйста, на глиссер заснять положение...
Sergey, could you please take a picture using the glisser camera of the valve configuration, and also the new position of the gap spanner, the one that you relocated? Okay, will do. Number 9 fluid connector is open. This is Dmitri. Copy, Dmitri.
Принято, спасибо.
Thank you so much.
And we have confirmation that fluid connector number 9 is now open.
Dmitri.
Dmitri, how do you copy?
Я на связи.
Yes, I copy you. All right, so switch fluid connector 9 is open. Do you confirm that? Yes, I do.
Принято, открываем клапан FT около клапана ручного 2КЛ.
Could you please open MLI flap near the manual valve 2KL? Well, actually, it is open already, this MLI flap. Okay?
Открываем клапан ручной 2КЛ.
Then close 2KL manual valve, Dmitri. Copy, in work.
Ручной клапан.
Manual valve 2KL. Copy.
After successfully opening fluid connector valves 8 and 9, Dmitri Petelin is now going to open the multi-layered insulation to show the manual valve number 2, and he is going to close that valve.
Manual valve is closed on the radiator bypass line. Thank you so much.
And that is manual valve of the radiator bypass line number 2, and it is now closed.
Copy, in work. I'm done with the imagery recording. Copy. Artyom, there is a gap spanner between the handrails 4126 and 4107 below ERA control panel. So I moved it off the radiator, so that will be easier to translate. Okay, copy. Station Moscow, space to ground 1 for Andrei regarding MLM Electron. Station Moscow on Space Ground 1 for Andrei regarding electron in MLM.
Currently seeing a live view from the Heka cam, helmet cam number 16, which belongs to Sergey Prokopyev. Duo are currently in a rest period before they continue working.
Андрей, если ты слышишь нас в ЛТ-2...
Andrei, if you can hear us on Space to Ground 2, could you please go to Space to Ground 1 and call us? Station Moscow on Space to Ground 1 for Andrei regarding MLM electron system.
Four hours and 2 minutes into the Russian Spacewalk 58. Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitri Petelin ventured outside of the POIS module to begin their work at 10:47 a.m. Central Time.
Inside this spacesuit. Well,
They then translated over to the Nauka module, where they began their tasks for the day.
Well, you can
Initial task being the removal of two restraints to be able to deploy the radiator.
Well, actually, right now there is eclipse, and I'm fine.
Then the deployment, a successful deployment of the radiator.
Getting much warmer, so I will.
Following the opening of coolant fluid servicer fluid connectors.
To be so much warmer, but now I can bear it right now. Well, you don't have to. You don't have to. You have to be comfortable, Dmitri.
After
okay.
The opening of these coolant fluid connectors, the duo then began to translate over to the European robotic arm, where they installed one of two gap spanners. After the installation of the gap spanner, the duo, while waiting for the filling of the coolant into the radiator, the duo then began some get-ahead tasks. These get-ahead tasks included installing two handrails. These handrails connected the Nauka module to the Prishal module. After the completion of the get-ahead task, the duo then went back to the original timeline, where they began to install the second of the two gap spanners on the European robotic arm.
On Space to Ground 2 for Andrei. Andrei, call us on Space
The duo then began to translate back to the radiator, where they began to open fluid connector valves 6 and 7, and then 8 and 9, while closing off.
Go ahead on Space to Ground 2, Moscow.
Two radiator hydraulic loops, needed to integrate the Nauka module thermal control system.
Okay. Okay. Stand by 1. Moscow station on Space to Ground 1. Moscow station on Space Ground 1. Go ahead on Space Ground 1. Andrei, how do you copy me? This is Nikolai. Yes, I copy you loud and clear. Andrei, a request, could you please stay on Space Ground 1 because the guys are really moving ahead very fast. So the whole EVA probably will be completed much earlier, so you will have to return all the systems to the initial configuration also in advance. Could you please now inspect COV in MLM and tell us how much water is in it? Standby 1, and could you please report it to us? Okay, we're standing by. Moscow station on Space Ground 1. Go ahead, Andrei.
And you just heard a conversation a little earlier from MCCM, or Mission Control Moscow, to the duo outside the Nauka Module, Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitri Petelin. They confirmed that the integration of the coolant-filled radiator hydraulic loops into the Nauka Module and their its thermal system has been completed. With this completion, the duo have completed all of their tasks, and we heard that the duo will end this spacewalk earlier than expected. We will wait for the duo to head back towards the hoist module to ingress the hatch, and that will conclude the spacewalk for today.
It's another request about. Okay, so what should I do? But there is the new one is on board. Will you be able to open it? Unintelligible. Okay, Andrei, in a couple of minutes I will call you again because right now the guys need the loop for their conversation. Okay? Dmitri, Moscow, go ahead.
Мы приступаем к осмотру.
Start inspecting the manual valves. Once again, report their station status, and also the manual valve of the servicer and the connector. So could you please report on the status of the whole complex of the valves and connectors and provide a report? Copy. I will start with the valves. 2KL are closed. No signs at all of leaks or anything like that. The interface USA also is clean. Copy. No leaks at all. Copy. Okay, so close MLI flaps. Okay, you'll give me a go to close MLI flaps.
Клапана-ручные КР-1, КР-2 и КР в составе агрегата заправочного.
Okay, so I'm talking about the flaps of KR1, KR2, and so KR1 and KR2 are closed. No issues at all with them. Copy. Close MLI flaps in KR1 and KR2
Now, with the
areas.
successful integration of the hydraulic loops into the thermal control system for the Nauka module, the duo are beginning to do cleanup tasks, and we are expected to end the spacewalk a little early.
Copy. And now go ahead and close the manual valve, the KR valve, in the coolant fluid servicer. Put it to 180 degrees position, close it, and please take photographs. Please do not sign off for now. Andrei, copy.
Закрываю клапан.
Closing the valve on the coolant fluid servicer. It is in 180 degrees position now.
Принято.
Copy.
Фотографирование.
And your go for taking photographs now. Station Moscow on Space Ground 1 for Andrei. Go ahead, this is Andrei. Andrei, you are go to reconfigure ISS systems to pre-EVA, and you are go to remove the air ducts, close the valves. Yes, please close all of the valves. Do not close the KL3 valve. Copy. GA3 should not be closed. Andrei, your go. And please report completion when you're done. Copy. Thanks.
Артем, закрыты.
Artem,
Закрыты FT.
MLI flaps are closed. Copy. Simultaneous common Space Ground 1 and Space Ground 2. Please stand by for the command now. This is Andrei on Space Ground 1. Andrei, please tell Frank that we are 1 hour ahead of the timeline, so he's going to have to start early doing his part. Just make sure that he is prepared for that. Yes, actually we talked about it, so he's aware. He's just basically waiting for your go. All right, so we'll be standing by for your report then, Andrei. Copy all.
Работы выполнены. Проверки проведены, и они успешны.
All of the activities have been completed. Checkouts completed successfully. Great news.
Да, вы большие молодцы. Теперь по вашей готовности можно...
Yes. Great job, guys. And if you're ready, you can start moving towards the airlock. Strela translation first, and moving on from there. Copy.
Я уже практически на стреле.
I'm basically on the Strela boom now, so I will start translating.
And the duo have completed cleanup tasks. They are now given the go from MCM to translate or move back towards the airlock.
Also, once you're next to the EV hatch, make sure that you do careful inspection of your oil-line suits because you did pass next to the thrusters, so please be careful while doing checkouts. And also, my recommendation is, regardless of whether we are US or LOS, wipe your gloves. Agree.
You currently see Sergey Prokopyev, cosmonaut, in the Orlan suit with the red stripe, and Dmitri Petelin, cosmonaut, in the Orlan suit with the blue stripe, translating to the Strela. Again, that's that Russian crane that the duo will use to translate or move from the Nauka module back to the Poise module, where they will begin to ingress the airlock. While the duo begins to get connected to the Strela, we'll go over a couple of the milestones that were completed today. Russian cosmonauts Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitri Petelin left the Poise module and airlock at 10:47 a.m. Central Time and began their work as they translated over to the Nauka module. Once at the Nauka module, the duo then began to release restraints for the previously installed radiator. Once the restraints were removed, they successfully deployed the radiator, meaning they unfolded it to its full length. Once deployed, the duo then began to open coolant loop manual valves and connect and turn open fluid connector valves. After some valves were opened, the duo then translated over to the European robotic arm, where they installed gap spanners. Once installed, the duo headed into some get-ahead tasks as they awaited the filling of the coolant into the radiator. These get-ahead tasks included installing 2 handrails that attached the Nauka module to the pre-shawl module.
I'm now on the translation ring also.
Once get-ahead tasks were completed, the duo then began to go back to the normal timeline where they installed the second of 2 gap spanners on the European robotic arm. Once that was complete, the duo then translated back over to the radiator interface and began to close off loops, the hydraulic loops, making sure that fluid connector valves were open and fluid was flowing properly to integrate the coolant into the thermal control system for the Nauka module. Once completed, the duo just finished up some cleanup tasks, and they are now translating on the Australia back to the Poise module, where they will ingress and end today's spacewalk. The duo Prokopyev and Petelin worked efficiently and quickly, and they were ahead of their timeline, ending a probable 1 hour earlier than expected.
I'm going to go down underneath the Strela. I'm above you. All right. Go on. All right, the final destination is near. It is tethered. Copy. Are you going to go first? It doesn't matter. I'm going to keep moving. Yes, you can give it to me.
Сергей, а ты случайно не открыл?
Sergey.
У нас на такелажном узле мобильного звена.
Inaudible. Did you open inaudible on the grapple fixture? Did you say a latch?
Вот за
Lock?
ты рукой держишься правой. Вот там
You're
будто бы движение было.
holding on to it with your right hand, and you did a motion that could potentially open this latch. No, that's not the case. Absolutely no. No, it is all locked. Please lift it up. Is it in the intermediate position? Yes, it is. Please make sure it is in the closed position. It is closed or locked.
Принято, спасибо.
Copy, thanks. Station Moscow on Space Ground 1 for Andrei for Part 2. Did you release it, Dmitri? Yes, it is released, so you're go to proceed.
Ребят, ну размещайтесь вокруг выходного люка.
Go ahead and position yourselves near the EV hatch and start.
And back at the Poise module, we do have a HECA camera view from Dmitri Petelin as he begins his ingress. Now off the Strela and attached to the Poise module as well is Sergey Prokopyev.
For ISS systems reconfig Part 2.
We'll see the duo begin ingress here shortly. And we have a handover between our satellites. We will hear the duo as they ingress the Poise module and airlock.
Так, ну хорошо, мы расположились.
Well, we are in position. Copy, and we are back from a short LOS. You're going to start the suit inspection.
Руки, ноги, голову, ранец, спинку.
Both feet, arms, hands, backpack, the helmet, everything should be inspected.
Подошвы тут многое повидали.
The boot soles have seen a lot. They have tried many paths. Anyways, what towels are we going to use? Is it the towel that's inside the cooler bag? Yes. Moscow Station on Space Ground 1. So let me retrieve it anyways. Okay. I'm ready to close the hatches and set up the backup airlock. Yes, you're going to start. Is Frank ready? For MLM ops. Well, if we start now, then I'm just going to let him know and call him. Yes, we're starting now. Please call Frank, and we're going to do Space to Ground 1 comm check and close the hatches because the EV crew is already inspecting their suits, and they're ready to come back in. All right, sounds good. We'll put it in work now. Thanks. Inaudible. Well, inaudible. All right.
Before heading back inside of the airlock, the duo are performing visual inspections of their Orlan spacesuits, as well as auditing their tools that were used today. Once this is complete, we'll see Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitri Petelin head inside and ingress the Poise airlock.
Well, these towels are no longer white. They used to be white. They're gray now. Copy.
Это вы одним полотенцем все вытерли?
Did you use one towel to wipe everything, or did you use two? One towel. Just one. There wasn't much to wipe. We're just wiping the hands, that's all. And there were some narrow passages. EV crew? Yes, go ahead.
Вам одного полотенца достаточно этого будет, или надо еще второе?
Is one towel sufficient, or do you need another towel? One is enough. Dmitri's suit is clean.
Тогда смотрите, план такой. Вот к этому полотенцу
So, here's what we're going to do. Go ahead and wire tie the towels, the old towels, to this towel that you just used. And it's going to be one single bundle that you'll jettison in the same direction that you used during the previous EVA, which is 30 degrees pitch. And the rest of the parameters are the same. Copy. Are we going to bundle up all of the towels? Because there is one underneath the hatch, and there is one more near the port. Yes, go ahead and bundle up and jettison all the towels. Copy, jettison all the towels. And there's some kind of a mark or something on the hair, but that's fine. And if necessary, you can use the other towels that we have. No, I don't think that that's going to be necessary. It's all nominal. We're just nitpicking. Copy. It's right under you, underneath the hatch. There is the bundle with the towels right there. Frank, go ahead on Space to Ground 1. How do you read me on Space to Ground 1, Frank? Loud and clear. Excellent. Your go to close the hatches.
Can we?
Station Moscow on Space to Ground 1 for Andrei.
We saw the duo using a hand towel to wipe off their Orlan suits before ingress. This hand towel will be jettisoned or released by the astronauts during the spacewalk. Again, we're looking for them to ingress the Poise module just here shortly. The official end of the spacewalk will be concluded once the hatch is closed. Unlike a U.S. spacewalk, the Russian end and beginning is marked when the cosmonauts open the hatch.
Be careful. Let's do it one by one. No, that's fine. Okay, I'm holding it. We had intermittent comm. Please repeat your last. We're bundling up the towels now. Copy. There's a lot of dust from them. And once you bundle it all up into a single bundle, please jettison on MCC Moscow Go. Copy.
And as you just heard, the duo is currently bundling today's used towel with some previously used towels, and they will jettison the bundle.
Well, I guess the bigger it is, the sooner it reaches the Earth. Well, make sure they do not all fly away and separate during the jettisoning operations.
And one more time. Yes, on top. It was somewhere here. Here. Right under the Strela. Well, should we get in a position and jettison it from there? Give me a second. Oh, that's where you want to jettison it from? Then, yeah, go move up there.
Four hours and 45 minutes into Russian Spacewalk 58. The duo is currently back at the Poise module, where they will ingress shortly. But before they do, they are going to jettison a bundle of used hand towels. Once jettisoned, the duo will ingress the Poise airlock, close the hatch, and end today's spacewalk.
All right, I have the bundle put together. Copy. So, away from the Earth and then against the movement of the ISS. Yes, you're going to be using your vector and to the right. So 30 degrees roll for pitch. 30 degrees for pitch. Okay, I selected the position, and once you select the position, stand by for our confirmation. Copy. Let me move a little bit. And maybe I can adjust the bags. And Sergey, you can turn the camera on and record how Dmitri jettisons the bundle. Well, my battery is out. Then, Dima, turn your glisser on. The glisser is on. Away from MLM. And just a request, guys, we are not seeing any video from Dima's helmet cameras. Could you please check so that we could see the jettisoning process? Yeah, give me a second. All right. Sergey, I turned in the direction of the, that's Dima, I turned in the direction of the jettisoning, and now take aim. All right, I have the safety tether. It's like throwing space snowballs. Ready?
Принято и по готовности с докладом отталкивай.
And on. When you are ready, you can jettison it. Copy.
Сильно не старайся бросать.
Well, don't strain yourself too much over it. Just
Готов. Отталкивай.
Send it away. I am ready to jettison. Go ahead.
And the bundle has been jettisoned.
And off it goes. To the right, yaw, and up, away from the Earth. For pitch. Copy. Thank you. All right. Translating.
Now that the bundle has been jettisoned, Dmitri Petelin is translating back to the airlock of the POISE module.
Well, let's do the inventory then. Sounds good.
Сначала начнем с укладки крылок.
So, let's start with the crew lock bag contents.
Укладка на месте, на тебе зафиксирована.
It should be secured to you. It is. Now, crew lock bag.
Рукоятка для раскрытия.
So you have the handle. It is in place. Pliers are accounted for. So error attachment handle is also in place. Copy. And the reel is also secured to the crew lock bag. And for crew lock bag 2, we have 2 transport tethers.
The duo back at the airlock are now taking inventory from their tool bag.
And also the reel, right? Hold on. And then the 2 bracing rods. And you see the RS7 handrail that you didn't choose as well. Correct.
Принято, соответственно, эта укладка закончена. Теперь укладка КПУ.
Okay, that's done. I see that you're looking at the crew tool caddy, KPU. You did not have to use it. No, we did not. But we see another handle, the kit with tools, connected tools. So the cutters, the screwdriver, and the hammer are all there. Correct. Additional handle, connectors, wire cutters. Copy. Pliers, or crimping tool, metal cutters, the screwdriver, and the hammer. Then, let's do the OTAs. So you have OTA swing arm, tool caddy is inside, the wing nuts and the ratchet wrench are all there, and the glisser is also in place. It is. And 3 small reds to secure the equipment. Large, small, and the adjustable. All accounted for. And the extender.
Dmitri, давай с тобой.
Да, Дмитрий, перехожу на SG2.
And Dmitri, let's do yours. Ready? OTA, swing arm, tool caddy, trash bag, all in place? Yes. All of it is secured. And the extension for the reel accounted for. Copy. Glisser and the ratchet wrench and the cutters, all there. Copy. So you didn't have to use the cutters, did you, during the AVA? No, we didn't, but it wasn't, we didn't see the need, but it wasn't too heavy to carry. Unintelligible. Okay. All 3 items accounted for. Tethers, large, small, and the adjustable are all secured to me. Great. So now, Sergey, you can proceed ingressing the MRM hatch. Sergey, you'll be first. Copy.
Now, with inventory complete, the duo have given the go-ahead to start ingressing the hatch. And we just heard that Sergey Prokopyev will be first to ingress.
Зафиксировался внутри.
Unsecured.
And from HECACAM 16, you can see that Sergey Prokopyev is now back inside the POISE module.
Now let me secure myself all over there. Yes, give me a second.
Now from Dmitri Petelin's HECACAM, we can now see him starting his ingress inside of the POISE module. We just saw Sergey Prokopyev move his safety tether to another area, so Dmitri would have room to ingress.
And I'm beginning to ingress. All right, the second one as well.
EV2, Dmitri Petelin, is now also inside the POISE module.
All right, prep the hatch ring, and you can turn off the sublimators. Well, you can actually turn off the sublimators now and install the protective ring and do the protective ring during the dry out. Do we need to deactivate the air conditioning STR system or thermal regulation system? Okay, I have it off. Then, when you turn off the sublimators, heat-cold handle on the PGPU pneumatic control panel should be in position for dry out, and then you can turn off the thermal regulation and control system. Okay, and I see the message, dry out, copy. And for EV2 is the same. The countdown for the dry out has started. Copy. So hot cold handle can be in position 3. All right, position 3. And the thermal control system is off for me as well. And the handle is in position 3. And once you are ready, you can start working with the protective ring. Okay, and after you remove the protective ring, you can turn off your helmet cameras. Okay, once you remove it, right? Yes, once you remove the protective ring. The protective ring has been stowed. And you have a go to turn off your helmet cameras.
After removing the protective ring, the duo has now turned off their HECA or helmet cams.
It doesn't have its LED illuminated, so it's probably shut down quite.
We'll have to listen in to see when they call for the official close of the hatch.
So Orlan lights, if you want some light, can be used. Understood. But it's not that bad. And for now, while the sublimators are drying out, let's look at the flange, the rubber seals for the EV hatch. All right. Just inspect them. Will do. The flange is clear. Copy. And the rubber seals? The rubber seals are fine on my side. All right. There is a little bit of dust, but not bad. Nothing of critical importance, not more than usual. We're going to go LOS in 4 minutes for about 4 or 5 minutes. So if you are done with dry out by then, stand by for the comm to come back, and we will on our go proceed with the hatch closure. So the rubber seals are in acceptable state. Everything's nominal. Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary, just a little bit of dust.
Five hours and 8 minutes into Russian Spacewalk 58, we do have Dmitri Petelin and Sergey Prokopyev back inside the Poise module, and we are waiting to hear when they have closed the hatch, which officially ends today's spacewalk. The duo did complete all tasks that were outlined for them at the start of today's spacewalk. This included the deployment of the previously installed radiator, as well as opening the coolant valves and successfully integrating the hydraulic loops into the thermal control system on the Nauka module. The duo also got some get-ahead tasks completed. They installed 2 handrails that connected the Nauka module as well as to the Prishal module. And they installed 2 gap spanners onto the European robotic arm. Now back inside, we are now just waiting on that hatch closure. Artyom, are you with us? I am. And we're going to come AOS and have stable comm in just a few seconds. Dry out is complete for EV1 and dry out is complete for EV2. Copy.
Ребят, как меня слышно? Это в канале УКВ.
Station Moscow on VHF channel. Guys, how do you copy me? We copy you loud and clear on VHF.
Как меня слышно?
How do you copy Artyom? Copy loud and clear. And yes, on VHF with a lot of interference, but yeah, right now. Yeah, so we are using VHF to overlap our gap in COM. So what about the second spacesuit? The dry out is complete on both spacesuits. So you can start closing the hatch. Unintelligible. I am closing. Copy. So this hatch tool, copy. It is in the work position right now, copy. I'm rotating the hatch tool in the position closed, and the rollers go into the niches. Okay, so the EVA hatch is closed. Copy. Congratulations, guys. So we have completed this series of EVA. So this was the last radiator activity EVA. So the EVA time is 5 hours, 14 minutes, just 3 seconds short of 15. And you are great, guys. So you demonstrated the excellent work. So I'm going to give the floor to Dima for completion of your EVA today, and tomorrow we will have a debrief and we will talk to you again. Thank you so much. Our congratulations to you on the ground. Thank you for all your support. Thank you so much, and talk to you tomorrow. Goodbye. And have a successful repress. Okay, thank you.
Sergey, Dmitri.
Sergey, Dmitri, this is Dmitri. I will support your repress. How do you copy?
And we have confirmation of hatch closure at 4:01 p.m. Central Time. And that was elapsed time for spacewalk of 5 hours and 14 minutes.
Yes, Dmitri, I'm here. This is Andrei. Dima, Get cue card 10 ready. Step 4. So the repress of MRM2 to 160 millimeters from PHO. So everything is where it should be. So we can start. No, the correction, it is 260 millimeters repressed. So we can start on your go. Step number 4. Okay. Step 4. Inaudible closed. Andrei, PHO hatches are closed. That's what Andrei reported. Okay, copy. Then we are sending command to the KVD valve, and it will be repressed to 260 millimeters.
Again, if you're just tuning in, just a few minutes ago, we had the hatch closure concluding today's spacewalk at 4:01 p.m. Central Time, and we had an elapsed time of the EVA of 5 hours and 14 minutes.
Could you please report the ODSK pressure gauge readings? 033 is on the ODSK. Okay, sounds good. Now it is 80. $120. And what is the MV pressure?
$150.
150 millimeters. Copy. And what about the spacesuits? 018 and 016 respectively. Copy. Guys, don't forget to use Valsalva and do the purge. Don't forget about it. Okay, copy. The pressure reading is 200. Copy. $220. 220. Copy. Sounds good. The delta pressure is 006. Copy. So when it reaches 260 millimeters, you will have to close KVD SU valve. HOSO. Okay, copy. 240. 240.
With the completion of today's spacewalk, we'll give you a little bit of statistics here from the International Space Station. Today was the 263rd spacewalk in support of ISS assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. It was the 6th spacewalk out of the ISS this year. It was the 4th spacewalk during Expedition 69, totaling 40. This was the 6th spacewalk of Prokopiev's career, giving him a total of 42 hours and 16 minutes of spacewalking time. This was the 4th spacewalk for Petelin's career, giving him a total of 26 hours and 45 minutes. Today's spacewalk, again, was completed after 5 hours and 14 minutes outside of the International Space Station.
It is going to 260, very close. Copy. We are closing.
Again, this was completing today's spacewalk, gave us a total of 1,671 hours and 49 minutes outside of the International Space Station in the assembly, maintenance, and upgrades for the International Space Station, which is the equivalent of 59 days, 16 hours, and 49 minutes of spacewalking time.
КВД is closed. The stabilization period has started. Copy.
Again, today's spacewalk began at 10:47 a.m. Central Time. The duo was able to complete all tasks on their list, including the removal of restraints to deploy successfully the radiator that was previously installed. After successfully deploying the radiator, the duo was able to successfully integrate the hydraulic loops into the thermal control system for the Nauka module. After doing deployment, the duo were also able to complete 2 gap spinner installs on the European robotic arm. After completing these tasks, the duo also went on to do a get-ahead task where they completed the installation of 2 handrails. These handrails were installed between the Nauka module and the Prishal module. Again, today's spacewalk was completed after 5 hours and 14 minutes outside. Now with the Russian duo, ISS Commander Sergey Prokopyev and Dmitri Petelin back inside the Poise module, and the repress is underway. We will conclude our coverage here today. Again, this is Mission Control Houston.